with all the things. I'm going to mess around with some air dry clay. Start making stuff because it takes like days for it to actually dry in a good way. So hang out with me, vibe with me, chat with me. Please like and subscribe. Be a good human, always, and always of age. 18 over for sure, but definitely, you know the drill. So hang out with me, chat with me, you know. See what we can do with some air dried clay. It's like therapeutic. I have a couple of hanging pot plants that I added to my pile of painting. It's been sitting in my kitchen, like staring at me like, you gonna do anything with this? So I am gonna paint those. I put them in the pile. I'm still going through my pile, but I was like, let me switch it up. Air dry clay takes, once again, some time to dry, so I'll have some projects on the side and then get back to my other little projects. But I hope everyone's having a good day so far. Just getting in the jive of the week, setting the tone, you know, because we deserve good things too, and I think Monday kind of starts off the week. I guess Sunday sometimes is the week starter, but it's really like, you know, Monday typically. But it can be a good day. So a good day it shall be. Like, I think I'm gonna do some like bowl type things. Now, air dried clay, you aren't supposed to get wet. Oh, I do need a little bit of water though. You can, like, I'm not a like air dry clay professional, but I'm learning that like water helps with like the little cracks and stuff to go back over, and then the clay is like drying up, it makes it soft again. But ultimately, even after you dry it and seal it with like a paint and essentially some kind of sealer, you still don't really want to have water on it because it's not like regular, it's not like clay that you put in an oven. And I'm definitely not doing that. Maybe eventually I can like not have a kilt. I think it's a kilt. But eventually have like maybe a little oven that can like bake them, make smaller little trinkets. But playing around with air dry clay, it's pretty easy, or pretty good for like beginners, I would say, because I'm definitely a beginner. But good for giving. I took pottery in high school, and I wasn't even really supposed to be in the class. I actually was not supposed to be in the class. I just managed to skip there because I hated the class I was supposed to be in. And the teacher was like, I know you don't belong here and you've been here for months. You need to get like approval. And I was like, okay. And I got it. So I was like, oh, well, see, look, it worked out great. He was so straight up. Everyone thought he was stoned all the time. He probably was, but like he was like so straight up, really old, kind of looked like Albert Einstein. And he was like brutally honest. Like, you think you worked really hard on a piece, and he's like, it looks like shit. No, I will never change who I am. I'm naturally me. I do need to get some water real quick. BRB. Really don't need much water, but you should never tell anyone to change themselves, because that's where the world is really effed up, because everyone's telling everyone to be something they're probably not. So, and And then you become a people pleaser, and then it's all downhill from there. Do what pleases your own soul, you know? Debating a brush. Yeah, do what fills your own soul. Who cares what anyone else thinks? As long as you're being a good human. That's important. What up? No, that person sound like my neighbor. Like, yes, let me go remove my tattoos to please you. Like, what? Who says that? Like, ever. No, no, no. Molding isn't as easy as it looks, but I think it's like repetition with anything. But back to my pottery teacher. He was phenomenal. I wish I learned more from him, or I took like more than that pottery class that year because it was senior year. But I do value some lessons from that class. Everyone always had a teacher or a few teachers that stuck out to them and that like carried through with them. Because I feel like not even just like educational teachers, like everyone can be a teacher in some form or way, like form or fashion. It's like what you defined as I'm gonna fold this back. What you defined as a teacher. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Sometimes you're the teacher and sometimes you're the lesson learner, you know? I know this is intense, but I'm seeing if there's any what comes behind this. Hey, I love Jesus. I don't think people listened enough to like his real messages. They were just like washing their wanting to wash their sins by believing in him, and I don't think that's right either, and there's a lot of fake prophecy. So I do have mixed feelings, but Jesus overall, my homie. Absolutely. I think I said this like last week. There was something that I seen that was like, don't look for validation from a world that crucified a perfect man. Very valid. I'm like, dang, true. But I don't know all the stories. I don't know all the proverbs and all that stuff. I used to go to church a lot when I was younger, but I didn't value that there were not a lot of answers, you know? It's like some people have, I'm trying to word this without offending anyone. You know, some people know scripture so well and they can read it back and know it by heart and understand the stories, because there are stories that are left behind. But then I feel like there's people that view it differently, maybe like myself, of I believe that, we speak to our angels and our angels speak to us, and the divine walks with us, and God, Jesus, higher power, however you want to call it, because I definitely don't support the dark side. But I think that there's a lot of things that people take from what they want from these passages. And of course, it's all about perception. But to not lose value of these messages, like, I've been criticized before. Oh, you talk to the dead, and I'm like, no. I mean, even in it's like, I believe we don't, when we go, we just like become like a spirit. And I think a lot of people forget in these stories that mass majority of them talk about XYZ getting confirmation from the divine design. I was like combining something in my brain, because I'm like, is it a design? Like, that reminded me of a Kid Cudi song. I actually love that song. Something design. What up? I'm gonna start calling you news anchor, Bama. And here he is, y'all, reporting live from Dutchie's Live. What up? How's it going? This is kind of starting to get seashell vibes. Maybe I'll try to do a seashell. Don't quote me on it. Of course, I change my mind sometimes. I'm just going with the flow. Hold on. So what is that? Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah. It's funny, whenever I visit back home, I get so twainy, especially being around all the twainers. Shayna was in here last night. Shout out to Shayna. A little rangy. She was in here last night, and she a little country. So it's fun to go back and forth. It's like brings me to my roots, because I'm like all over the place. Little gypsy child, lived all over the place, have a little bit of a weird accent going on, But I definitely get more twainy back at home. But my family always looks at me like, I say family with a loose term, but they always look at me like, you sound so bizarre. Because when I was a little girl, I still had like an accent, but we ended up moving like again and again and again. So like my accent just like got lost in the mix of things. I remember I went to school one time with a bunch of like kids for like a year or something, and then I moved and went back to the same cities back and forth. So I ended up going to the same school again later in like 7th grade. And it was like 4th grade that I went to school with like the kids that were whatever. And then I see them again in like 7th grade. So things have changed a little bit. But I was a little twainy then, and I got made fun of so much. And then it just disappeared, except for country music. Oh my gosh, I was at this Oriental market by me this weekend, and they play country music in there, and it makes me laugh. And they were playing George Strait. I think it's George Strait. check yes or no. I'm sitting here singing. I went to this other place yesterday and they also were playing country music, but I never heard the song before. I have to think about the lyrics again. I was like, wait, what? I've never heard the song. And I was listening, and then when I was walking by, this lady was singing her heart out. I was kind of giggling. I was like, that was me the day before to George Strait. He's like, do you love me? Do you want to be my friend? Check yes or no. I love me some George Strait, though. I am getting kind of seashell vibes. It kind of looks like a turtle shell right now. Turtle. Jeez. Hold on. Twang, twang. Hey, I appreciate that, Roy. We're all on our own life journey, you know. Sometimes we meet on the same path. Sometimes it's different. Sometimes, you know, we're on different paths leading to connecting one and the splits off. It's just all the different things. But we're all on a journey. So that is something we always have in common. So I value Jesus's messages and his love and his dedication to want a better world while it just got crazier. Yeah, everybody get a little 20. I'm like, yes, some cornbread and chicken where I come from. Yeah. When did he come out? He hasn't been around like George Strait, but he's been around for a while. We talked about this before. I love me some Billy Currington. My dad would like sit there and jam out to Brooks and Dunn and like low-key cry. It's not funny, but I like grew up to some of the songs and I would listen to like music with him. That was like a bonding thing with us. And he honestly, like, hearing the songs as an adult now, some of them I'm like, wow. Like, not just Brooks and Dunn, a lot of country though. Like Russell Flats. Some of those songs are so fucking sad. So sad. And I'm like, oh man. But music tells a lot too. Like, I don't care what anyone says, sad songs start to make you feel a little sad. You can appreciate sometimes like melodies and like words that come from it, but a lot of it is like subliminal. So like we're pumping that into our brains. I've said it before, growing up as an emo kid, listened to a lot of emo stuff, and it just hits differently being older. Still love it, but some of it I'm like, wow, this was so sad. Oh my good lord. You're fucking done, dude. Like, you should honestly, like, just forever be done. Yeah. Oh, I was like, what? Like, who the F says that? I'm just like, disgusting. Star Wars Day, yes. Yes, Libra. Thanks for stopping in. May the 4th be with you, too. As long as you're of age. But, you know, just May 4th be with you. I missed the, it's gonna be May. Yeah, I was like, but I saw it immediately after that you hit him back. Like, that's a, no. Come on now. What? Disgusting. I'm not even gonna feed into that kind of energy because that's a no. You know what happened though? Bam, are you still here? You know what happened? My last, I think it was my last live, like, talking. Fraggle was here though. Are you still here? Yes, the mirror. with the Mary. I'm not painting currently. I'm doing air dry clay. I was like filling in the cracks a little bit because it was starting to dry, and I was thinking maybe making like a seashell. It's just kind of looking like a turtle shell currently, but we'll see how it goes. Don't hold me to it. I may see another vision to this later, but I'm getting kind of seashell vibes. Okay, you're here, Bama. Hold on. Okay, if you get one chance, Michael. Or Michael Taylor, since there's another one. Good afternoon. Turtles are fun. I'm getting kind of turtle vibe, but I want to make this into, like, I don't know, like a holder or something. Like it will sit up, kind of. Okay, Bama. So last slide that I did, Fraggle was here. There was some like just random shit being said. I won't get into all that because it just opens a or it opens like a tunnel in here. But I'm like, make sure it doesn't. Maddie was in here too. Thank goodness for Maddie. Maddie was holding it down because I was just chit chatting away and didn't realize things were popping off like just a second ago. Well, literally, Fraggle came in. Maddie left. Fraggle came in, and someone was a mod that said some really creepy shit. And I was like, how are you a mod? So I thought it was like a mod because I saw the blue. And then I was like, wait, what? And then, of course, I removed them, but they were a moderator. So I didn't know if one of my mods got hacked. So I was like, oh my God. Hopefully not, because I hid their ass. But ew. I don't even know how they got to be a mod. Like, besides modding you again, I haven't modded in a very long time, so I was like stunned. Yeah, that's why I said turtle. Don't hold me to it though. What task am I doing? I am doing air dry clay. I'm gonna maybe try to become good at it, like all my other skills, right? And move on to other clay. Because last time I did air dry clay, I did like smaller pieces, and maybe that wasn't the smartest, but I never actually sealed them, so I thought that they were just never going to be sealed. I kind of looked into it a little bit more, because if you get any water on this, even after it dries, it's gonna start to disintegrate. But not like other clay. I don't know, molding clay. I don't know the terminology. Molding clay, I think you have to go take it to a kiln where they put it into an oven and let it sit in there for XYZ amount of time and seals it, where you can actually like paint it, or you paint it beforehand. I think you let it dry and then you paint it before and you take it to that oven. Those can be a little pricey. I don't know if anyone out there's ever done pottery before, but those pottery classes are crazy, and you walk away with like a little piece. Some of them give you more, but just in general, I don't know. I was about to scratch it. Maybe. Let's see. But air dry clay takes days to dry. So I'm like, let me get some projects on the table. It's a little bit warmer out for sure. Let them dry, and then stay tuned for a painting video, because I won't be painting today. I do have one I did a couple weeks back, so it's been drying for like ever. Definitely ready to be painted. But this will take some time. Yeah, behave. Everyone behave. It could be a clamshell. I started putting lines in it, but I don't know. I want a little bit different lines, I think. But I started seeing it with these lines. I got a little like, what should I do? What should I do? Leave it. Leave it. Like root beer? No way. Was it A&W? That's amazing. I love me a root beer float. That's awesome. I'm like smelling the root beer. The best root beer is the ones in those glass bottles. I think that goes without saying. Of course, when you're a kid, you think, like, I'm drinking a beer, and it's not a beer. Yeah, you know, I feel you, mama. I don't really have rules. I mean, I do have my little thing that I say. Be a good human. I should start saying don't make it weird. I'm okay with, like, actually, I don't know. You gotta be careful what you say around here. Be naturally you, but you know what weird is. Like, people know what weird is. And if you don't know, then you'll learn around here that the weird, you gonna get. You gonna get and not come back. It's like, it seems like it would be common sense. Of course, you need to be of age in here. If you are a child, sayonara. Go read a book. I don't know how many lines I should do. You mind 20 channels? Yeah, no, I appreciate it. That's definitely like up there. That's like number one, if not being of age. So, no, of course. It should go without saying, like, come on now, like, everyone needs to be respectful. You can make jokes and stuff like that, but we all know, like, some people play dumb, or they just don't care, obviously. But we all know, like, how to be respectful. And some of these people are just off the sheets. I'm like, go on. Is that a joke, Roy? I'm like, where? Is that a joke, Roy? A gopher? Don't they destroy stuff? Will they destroy the roots or destroy even worse? If that's not some joke I'm not getting. I don't know if I should cut this out. How them boots? Yeah, I was like, I don't think that's good. I've seen a couple moles out here before. My dog, one of my dogs found the mole, like a baby mole. And at first I was like, what the hell is this? It had like little claws and stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh, get away from that thing. But he was already... I have to repost the video, but we found an armadillo back here before too. The armadillo we saved. One of the neighbors, like the daughter was like, I had overheard her mom talking shit about me. and pretty much came back outside and was like, my mommy said that that's our armadillo and that it's not yours and it belongs to us. I'm like, what are you talking about? She was saying all this stuff, and I was like, wow, just airing out. That's what kids do. But I could already tell. And I'm like, dude, it's not anyone's armadillo, but it was the summertime. I was like, it's hot as hell out here, and he has a broken something. He ended up having a broken leg, apparently. But, I was like, he should be taken to somewhere. And I was like, I called, and if you want to take him, or, you know, they'll come pick him up, essentially. We should have taken him to the vet. There's, like, only a couple places that take them. Apparently. Allegedly. I'm gonna try to take this off. I may end up ruining this, but I'm gonna see. Yep, ruined it. Dang. Okay, scratch. Let's try again. You know, it's like Aaliyah said. You don't succeed, just try again, you know? The song used to be everywhere. Shout out to Aaliyah. I'm pretty sure that's not she wasn't who said that first, but just shout out to that song and her as an artist. Alright, let's try this again. I'm gonna close this up. Yeah, I would have been out there. Scoot, scoot, boogie. Scoot, scoot, boots and boogie. That's a no for me. Wait, is that a beaver that have the big teeth? Pretty sure they both have little snaggers. But my neighbor swears up and down there was groundhogs out here. Or beavers. Are they the same? I don't know. I've never seen them out here, but maybe, who knows? Okay, that's not anywhere ready. Like, do I go back to seashell vibes? It's funny, whenever there's like the bigger birds that come hang out here, if there is another one, usually it's like one at a time, bigger birds, like of the species, like there's a few big birds out that come out here. But anytime another one that looks like them comes out here, they like fight each other like for turf and stuff. It's wild. I saw a crazy bird fight this morning. I was like, oh no, not around here. We love each other and hold hands and eat seed. What? What, Pamela? I don't know. Damn, what did it do? Who's got groundhog? The neighbor? He'd be trying to lure in the squirrels, y'all. Excuse me. The couple of the regular squirrels around here. Too smart for that. I'm like, don't be luring in those squirrels. Let them be. That's the thing with feeding nature. I said this yesterday. With feeding nature, we don't own nature. But the fact that it will come to us, if you have patience or you're a birder or animal lover, whatever, it says a lot. Like, it is sad, but I get a lot of, like, injured, like, animals around here. And they come here and I feel like it's an energy. They know they'll be safe and they can rest and heal here. If they're a bird, they're gonna get seed and water, so just chill. One day when I have land, maybe I'll like look into rehabilitating and stuff. But if I can supply like natural resources, some shade, a chill place, I feel like I'm doing my part a little bit. Yesterday morning, I stopped a duck fight. There's always something going on around here. But then there's peace and, like, tranquility, too. Through all the crazy. Yeah, the groundhog chased you. That's crazy. I seen one of those, like, home videos. There's like something else on HBO where they're like videos of people's like doorbell cameras and stuff and like camera systems. Random videos that were caught on camera. Pretty much America's Home Videos, but like modern day. There was one girl that got chased by a raccoon, straight up ran up in her house, everything. The raccoon was out for blood. Literally ready to fight, did not care. Little trash pandas don't play. I'm like, me neither. Them trash pandas don't play, boy. I used to have a neighbor growing up, though, that would feed them, like, and they would, like, crawl on his shoulders and shit, and I was like, oh my god. As a kid, it was, like, kind of cool to see that, because I loved animals, and I loved Pocahontas. So trash pandas weren't frowned upon in Pocahontas. But as an adult, I'm like, they carry so much. And they've broken in my patio a couple times in the past. Now I'm getting like skull candy vibes. Or, yeah, skull candy. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm like, if I do want to do any carving, should be done before it starts to dry. It's like learning the clay. more clay. Very therapeutic though. 10 out of 10 recommend. Even if you don't come up with something great, your mind's kind of like building things and preoccupied. You're maybe working through thoughts, energies, feelings. But of course it's cool to create something. But for any of those heavy thinkers like myself, maybe you don't come up with something like the first time. The first time I saw a seashell. This time I see skull. Or alien. It could be an alien. I'm going for skull. We'll see. A lot of clay for the middle part. The Blue Jays, that's their squeaky gate call. So cute. It does sound like a squeaky gate though. Let's open that. I need some more clay on the edges. Let's see what I can do, but that's what I'm feeling. Yeah, it's like breaking a little bit. Well, it's you're not supposed to use too much water. You use too much water, it starts to break more. But it is forgiving, so you just leave it alone for a second. Let it dry back up. Come back. I don't like get it molded right before I add more. Kind of getting there. Trying to see the vision. feel like I'm like getting seed vibes now. I don't really know. It could be multiple things. The most important thing when you're crafting, just have fun, you know? It can be a lot of pressure to make something cool at times. But if you're having fun, that's what matters. Okay. Get here first, and then I'm going to add some more clay around the edges. Definitely needs more clay. Okay. I also have some paint buckets. I saw some cool ideas on Pinterest. Kind of repurposing them. Totally repurposing them. I thought that would be kind of fun, but I have to drill holes in them because it needs to have like a drainage spot. So I'm like, But I thought about painting some of the buckets if I can drill holes in them. Like rustic vibes. I got these little cutters too, but they're awful. They're awful. The clay just gets stuck in there and it's like annoying. Like, no thanks. There's a couple of them that are super awful, but the smaller ones, like, it's like, oh, it would be so cute. It looks like almost like a little rainbow or stripes that look like a rainbow. So you're thinking in your mind, oh, that would be really cute. But then when you use it, it just like doesn't shred the same. Like, it's like supposed to be like you cut it out essentially. I was hesitant on buying them. They're only like a couple bucks anyway, so I didn't spend like a bunch of money, but I was a little hesitant because, like I said before, when you start anything new, like if you look something up online, like what you need to start XYZ, it may have a bunch of stuff you really don't need, but it's like an impulse buy. Because when it comes to like shaping, I feel like a lot of things can be around you that you could probably use as a shaper. And most things are a basic shape. As mentioned, there was a couple of them that were handy. But then one of them was just like literally just not. And I feel like it's like too wide over here. Maybe fold it down. It's a nice day though. I'm looking forward to going to the beach soon. Before it gets so hot you can't even breathe outside. Okay, I'm seeing it. Still needs a couple of things helped out. I honestly feel like this looks like the Bigfoot casting stuff. How they make a mold of Bigfoot's feet. For anyone that doesn't know. I'm like, it's Bigfoot foot. My allergies been messing up. Been messing me up. Now it's like a little bit more rounder than I wanted. What the heck? Now the question is, am I going to overdo it, or I'm going to let it ride itself out? I think this is where I'm going to leave it. Touch up a couple of these little cracks. And let this bad boy dry. I wanted it a little bit more rounder on the edge. Or the end, or depending on which way you're looking at it. like this needs to be pushed anymore. I knew that was gonna sacrifice some parts, but I wonder if this, no. Okay, almost done, I think. We'll see. We will see. just like can't, yeah. I'm like, I don't want it the way that was turning out. This looks better though. Mold it together. Cardinal. Looks like Meatwad. Oh, Meatwad and his girlfriend. Beep. Close it back up. Keep forgetting to close it. I'm like, almost done, and then it rips again. I'm like, what the heck? I was like, what? It's like, it looks good, and then it starts to rip a little bit, so it's discouraging a little bit, but we're fighting through. The key is to not have it crack in the drying stages, because then you have to like restart it. You can go back in and fix it with a little bit of water, but then you're doing what I'm doing, just obsessively fixing it. I think it's because it's too thick. I don't want to scratch this. I really don't want to scratch this. I had... Don't want to scratch it. really rolling the dice here, but I'm gonna stay optimistic. No, it's like too short. But I'm gonna make it work. The Cardinals are like singing, battle singing. Oh, he's like right after the other one. It's pretty cool. Calling the ladies. Sounds like he's in the bamboo. And then the raven. Alright, trying to mesh this all back together so I don't waste it. Maybe I need it, but keep it from drying out. I don't know if this works better or not. No. Too much. It's probably the best. We. Okay. Keep saying this, but add a little bit of water. Oh, the bottom is a little cracky. Alright. What up? Pretty sure it's still too much over here, and that's why it's doing this. Right. Damn it. Trial and error. The front's not so bad, but now the back is a pain in the rear. I'm like, do I scratch it? I think the problem is it's too thick now. That was literally multiple projects that did not work out the way I planned. But it's starting to dry, so I really need to like come up with something. Ooh. What the heck? It's so funny, they took off and then he comes back like, wait a minute, I'm gonna check the back too. This is pretty much just clay therapy today. Don't know the success rate. I wanted it to be bigger though. Alright, I gotta get it together. And you're a moron. gotta think like the clay. Definitely some trial and error today. Getting somewhere. Hold on. The brush helps, but your hands are like almost better. obsess over that. What up, Simba Soup? What up? How's it going? Happy Monday. How's Monday treating you guys? You boys, you men. How was the weekend? Tell me all the things. Thanks for stopping by. Yep, happy Monday week. May the 4th be with you. I miss the it's gonna be May. For me, you know. I should have put this in the box. It's like dried up. See how it goes. Oh yeah? What was that? I'm assuming you measured it then. Oh, it is Cinco de Mayo tomorrow. That's so funny. I forgot about Cinco de Mayo tomorrow, but yes, it is Cinco de Mayo tomorrow. Staying sober? Every day is Saturday? Yeah, you could view it that way. "29 seconds. Wow. Did you film it again? Oh, your brother is a Taurus? That's cool. Is it your younger or older brother? And it's Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo is always the 5th, right? So his birthday's always Cinco de Mayo? Oh, you recorded? Did you post it? That's cool. Yeah, I'm hoping to go fishing in the next couple weeks. I have some, like, time, like, penciled in. So, I'm hoping I can go fishing. Get by the water. Maybe do some back-to-back fishing. Get there for, like, low tide and high tide. All the tides. There's a couple spots I've been wanting to go to. I'm gonna check it out. See what's popping. Hopefully get my personal best too. Get lit. Cinco de Mayo birthday. Middle 30s. Oh, filleting. 30 seconds. That's still really intense though. You'll get better every time, and imagine you're really good already, so. Are you trying to beat your record? Oh, personal best catch or personal best filleting in amount of time? Simba, do you go fishing? I wonder what the Guinness record is. Dang. Crazy. I wonder where you'll be at by the end of the year. Well, I'm sure everyone knows Tom enjoys us hunting too. I can't take out little Bambies. That's just not gonna work for me. It's not gonna work for me. My Belgian would be a pretty good hunting dog, though. But we don't approve of that around here. Yeah, I'm sure you'll trim it down. Imagine you get 10 seconds. Just don't chop your fingers. Thanks, Simba. They are good pups. They're literally both sleeping right here. They are good pups, that's for sure. Crazy and cute. A couple weeks ago, my neighbor was talking to me, one of my side neighbors, like literally next door. Scared me out there, but the dogs were watching me. Like, they're always like, what are you doing? Well, watch out. If they're not out there with me. And he just like popped out of nowhere. He's like, hey, but he had the gutter in his hands. Oh, my dogs lost it. They lost it, both of them. Tore down my curtain in there. They were not with it. And literally the Belgian, I'm sure the Dutch could too, but the Belgian knows how to open the sliding glass door. Oh, he don't play. I've told this story before, but when I was a little girl, my dad would do lawn care companies. He had lawn care companies, and he was cutting someone's grass, and they let me swim in their pool. And we brought our dog, and our dog was in the back of the truck hanging out, I guess protecting the truck, not inside. But I remember, at least not with the window, not without a window down, but I remember I was swimming in the pool and I was pretending to like drown. I was like 5, 6 years old. But the dog came flying over the fence and literally jumped in the pool to try to save me. That's how I feel about these two. And my Belgian looks like the dad to the dog I was talking about, which is crazy. It's like he's like reincarnated. Wait, are you talking about filleting or are you talking about hunting? Can I pet that dog? It depends. My dogs, like, they literally wait for my command to, like, greet people, like, if they come up to us. And as we know, this neighborhood's filled with a bunch of wackos, so I prefer them to just look mean when we walk around. Yeah, land sharks. They love to give tooth hugs, you know? Lots of tooth hugs. When I got my Belgian, though, he would actively greet you by nipping. Like, that was his thing. So he learned that wherever before, but oh my gosh, those little teeth that grew into big teeth, not a joke. He stopped doing that though, like he doesn't do that anymore, but he still will jump like in the air and like nibble lick, like but he won't take out fingers. When he was younger, when he was a pup, like he definitely was going for fingers. Alligator for a reason. And they both have like different working like mechanisms when it comes to like if you're doing bite work. One will definitely just drag and bite, but holds on and drags, like, so, like, you would be in excruciating, like, pain. And the Belgian does a mix. Like, the Dutch does, like, the drag. He's, like, still a wild card, but for the most part, he literally drags. He shakes and he drags. The Belgian, it's, like, a free-for-all. Like, there's no, like, rules to a fist fight type of thing. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. He just gets all over and drags. Oh, they love it. They love it. I need to get one of those sleeves. But a good one, because I'm not trying to get effed up, you know? I've been having them do some tricks in the back. This little creeper back here. Multiple creepers. Like, yep, that could be your arm. Watch what he can do. That could be your face. I thought about gloves, but you know what? I was like, this is more therapeutic today. And air dry clay is easy to wash off. Thanks for stopping in, Tommy Pickles. Enjoy the rest of your Monday. Appreciate you stopping in always. Tooth hugs, you know? Let Bambi live. Can I pet those dogs? Can I please pet those dogs? Yeah, one of my neighbors on the side, they love, and then the other one they do not. But, to be fair, this neighborhood's filled with whack jobs once again, as we all know. But it is very important to have dogs, like, you know, listen to you for command. I think that they can pick up instincts when something feels like a threat. Like the dude that tried to break in, tried to tell me to get rid of my dogs. And I'm like, you're a moron. Like, you're literally the dude that was at my window. And you're clearly scared of the dogs. But, yeah, they were not with it. My Belgian was, like, losing it. The Dutch is more of a silent, like, pew-pew, you know? Yin and yang entirely. They have so many similar characteristics and then so different at the same time. Which I honestly like the, I like the differences. But I think animals, like, kind of work, they definitely work with their surroundings, like, with how their, like, behaviors are. If your dogs are all around bad dogs, what do you think they're gonna eventually, like, become? And bad dogs, I always hate that term because it's usually an owner thing why that happens. Or if they become street dogs, then they obviously learn mannerisms off the street, and then good luck. Both of my pups were off the street, so they had each different things that needed to be worked on. But it takes just patience, time, love for sure, companionship. And when animals have been abandoned, they fear to have that happen again too. So sometimes they latch on to their owners, or they take a little bit harder, like, or more time to, like, open up to taking them in. And the things with these two, like the breeds specifically, the Dutch Shepherd and the Belgian Malinois, is they're mouthy dogs. They're very, very energetic, and they're very, very mouthy dogs. So if you're not filling those needs, your house will get chewed up. Or someone. And people get upset. But if they're living Like someone yelling over there. If they're like in a crate all the time, or they're not actively like being socialized or taught things, which these breeds are so intelligent that like it is a shame if they're not taught things. But I am an active, like, you know, they're working breeds. I think that they should definitely, I don't know, you should hone in on the skills that they can have or what they could be taught. But companionship is overall so important to them that it falls into every other category of like, without companionship, you get this. Without love and trust, you get this. And some people, you know, they see these videos and stuff, oh, I want one, until you don't have the patience or the time, or you don't care to really hone in on what the dog may need. Especially it's like rescuing too, because you really don't know what the background of each animal is. Sometimes they have information about the animal prior, but even then, are they getting accurate information? I'm pretty sure most of the time they're not like, yeah, they bit off 4 arms and 2 legs, but they're a great dog. They'll snuggle with you at night. Just don't breathe on them because they might bite your face. They tend to leave things out when they're trying to adopt animals, which I really appreciate the people that don't, because that's how they don't keep getting adopted out to the wrong homes. Stop the cycle of rehoming. I've known people that just like dog flip and stuff, and I'm like, but you're part of the problem. I think there's a difference between like grounding a dog that can be saved before behaviorisms become so bad that they may not get an actual forever home, which is so sad. Oops, idiot blasting music over here. I do think it's really important to be honest with yourself. I've said this before, but it is always something that I still feel passionate about. It is important to be realistic about what the dog needs and not what you want. Because when I got my boys, the circumstances were crazy. Especially when I got my first dog. But I was honest with myself that I had more time than I ever had to be able to like dedicate to being a good dog mom. And I've grown up with all kinds of different dogs. But they're a lot of work and they need a lot of love, and people really watch these videos and see how intelligent they are and then don't really focus on how much they still need. Thoughts with Dutchie. Because a lot of the time they get these breeds. This happens with all kinds of breeds, but just speaking about Dutch Shepherd, Belgian Malinois, like they'll get these breeds because of their cuteness, and then the dog outsmarts the human doesn't like that, gives up, and then now you've abandoned a dog that doesn't view you as like a traitor, still views you as like its companion. So it makes me kind of sad. Like my my Belgian had some attachment issues, and then I feel like my Dutch didn't get as much love. So he definitely was like missing that in the recipe. But I do love when we do dog events and they're like, is this the same dog? Like, oh my gosh, they had this issue, they were like this, they were like that. And I was like, yep. It's because they were missing the love. Oh no, is this like another Sam situation? You gonna pay me to use gloves? Where I'm at. Okay. Use that. Alright. I got a couple things down after I scratched a couple things. So I'm building momentum. Maybe make a couple more things. I'm gonna have a snack. Thinking about the smoothie I want to make. I have to move some stuff from the dryer. What else can I do? Dun, 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 dun. Jesus. Who does that? Should probably seek help. Wrong website. They're like 2 peas in a pod. And it's interesting. I feel like they really understood that they both were like street dogs that were saved. So I feel like they really appreciate each other. Usually 2 boy dogs wouldn't get along like that. Not always. Boy dogs can get along. But when it comes to like home and being territorial and stuff like that. Oh, I forgot about this. I'm gonna use this too so I don't dry up. So just squish that all together again. I seen a book yesterday. I think it was like not a working dog book. I seen 2 books actually, but it didn't have every dog like breed in it. I don't know if it was like show dog book. I have no idea. Didn't have every breed in it once again, but I was able to pull up the Dutch Shepherd and the Belgian Malinois in there. But they only had like 2 babies. I wasn't gonna buy the book for that, but I thought it was cute to see. And then they had another book. It was Dog Astrology, and it has like, it's like a book that I have already, but it's about dogs. and it was cool. It talks about, like, obviously the astrology of dogs, but how they fall into different categories and stuff. And my Dutch Shepherd is like a Leo, and it was talking about Leo working dogs and how skillful they can be. It was so on point, though. That book I considered buying, but the thing with, like, littler books, like, how many times are you going to read it, or is it just like a want to have own type of thing? And a lot of stuff can be pulled up on the internet, you know, or it's a feeling, those type of things. I used to buy so many different types of spiritual books, but a lot of it's like intuitional anyways. But it's good to have educational books, but a lot of them just repeat themselves, and then you're just buying pretty much the same book over and over and over again, but it's in different forms. So it's like perception, as always. And my library is like full. That also reminded me of something that I saw on Pinterest that was saying that pretty much, it was a French word, which was cool. I saved it. I'm pretty sure I saved it. And it talks about how we all have internal libraries. So we remember things, and each time, like, we remember, like, certain memories, like, don't quote me, but roughly along the points of this, every memory is like a library, and it's like a book that you can take out and you can view and, like, reflect on, so to speak. But my literal bookshelf is, like, packed. A few years ago, I found a thrift store, like, on vacation that had, like, books for, like, 25 cents. And I brought back some fish from fishing, and then literally so many books. It was insane. I got a couple other things too, like from Goodwill, and I'm not a huge Goodwill person. But it was like in a bougie area, so they had so much like bougie things for cheap. It was great. Like people actually donating, not trash. But the books were amazing. I honestly want to look that place up and see if that's how much the books still cost. That was several years ago. Can't tell if it may rain or not. Alright, that's maybe... Hey. One's messing with the other one. I was gonna try to make another one. I still have now want to make a couple more. I still have other things I need to do, and it looks like time is definitely ticking. Let's call this one a day. like left and right ambulances today. Fire trucks. A wasp, you see that? What's going on here? Trying to make clay art. I've made 3 things so far. Air dry clay, so it needs to dry, but what is going on here? And ducking from the wasp that keeps flying around. Usually they'll leave you alone if you're not like swatting at them, you know? But symbolically, spiritually, that means get your ass to work. So I'm like, I know, I have other tasks to complete. It took too long on this. And it's like caving because I've used too much water. No. Okay, I think I saved it. What up, Fred? Has not dropped. Is it from the movie Drop Dead Fred? Just kidding. Doing alright, Fred. It's Monday. You know? Can't complain too much. Good vibes for the week starting out. Got a bunch of stuff done this morning. How about yourself? Kind of bird watching out here. It could be from the movie. Are you my invisible friend? I mean, was he invisible or was he like a spirit or a ghost? Do you remember that movie? I've only ever watched as a child. My mom always watched all kinds of weird stuff. Primarily Stephen King, but Drop Dead Fred, I definitely remember that in the lineup somewhere. And I've only seen like snippets of it as like an adult. So I'm sure as an adult I would definitely view it differently than what I did as a kid. AI? Oh no. Do you need to be hidden? AI, is that like alien friend? Animated alien friend? Animated Drop Dead Fred Fred. But don't drop dead, Fred. Oh no, you're done, because this is getting like the other situation. It's getting like bad deja vu vibes. Sometimes I do gloves in here, but when you start begging and stuff to fulfill your like fetish of some sort, I don't know, it gets kind of weird. Kind of, or totally. And each is their own. I'm like, do whatever. But don't beg people to do it. It's kind of weird. May the 4th be with everyone today. I still can't believe we're in May. Like, holy smokes. Like, we're almost halfway through the year. What? Isn't that weird? Isn't that weird? That's insane to me. But I feel like every year just gets faster and faster and faster. Yeah, super fast. I'm getting wiser every year. Too fast. I'm getting wise too fast, y'all. I don't know. Is that a trick question? Because you could get hidden. I am actually trying to make, like, currently, I was making little sculptures of, I don't know. We'll see. I tried multiple things. I was, like, trying to make a little bowl, and then I made, like, a skull face earlier, and then it didn't work out because I used too much clay. So then I scrapped it, restarted it, and I'm currently trying to make, like, a little bowl. But it's like learning the techniques of air dry clay, because you can use water to save it from the cracks. But too much water just makes it like literally mush, and it doesn't want to mold together well, which is what I'm currently trying to survive through. And dreaming of a smoothie in my near future. Because I didn't think I was out here that long already. I'm like, whoa. What are you making? How old are you, Fred? I mean, if you remember Drop Dead Fred, I'm assuming. But then again, there's some old young souls out there. And if you know about air dry clay, or don't know about air dry clay, it takes days to dry, so I'm just pretty much trying to prep whatever comes to mind so it can dry for several days and then come back and paint it. So stay tuned. Don't forget to like and subscribe. You'll see dogs here, arts and crafts, nature, gardening, birds, fish. Jokes, laughs, cries. Okay. I figured if you knew Drop Dead Fred that you were over 18. That's important around here. You just find my channel scrolling along. So apparently, people have been here before, but they don't say anything. And I'm like, everyone is welcome. As long as you're a good human of age, always. Chit chat. You never know. You never know what kind of good conversation could be had. You know? Just be naturally you. I know some people are shy. What do you guys think, that I'm not shy doing this? Like, I just have to, like, come up with things to say all the time? Sometimes I'm a quiet host. Sometimes I don't shut the F up host. Sometimes I got jokes. Sometimes I got tears. No fears. But I've heard that recently, and I'm like, I never want anyone to feel like they can't speak in here, you know? Maybe sometimes people just want to sit back and chill. But I'm open for good conversations. No creepy vibes, but everyone is always welcomed. You never know what friends could be made too, you know? Okay, this one's like almost done. Hold it a little bit more. Yeah. Slightly more clay. I lied. I would like to say I'm sculpting right now. I actually knew a few people that sculpt. I think about them from time to time because they would make some amazing pieces. Alright. Voila! It looks like nothing, but wait until it dries. To be continued days from now. I'm gonna wash my hands. BRB. To be continued. We. I'm gonna try to do like air dry clay every day until I use this little bin, which this little bin actually provides quite a bit. So I'm like, I'm gonna try to just use it all up because the drying process is really the gem, or the longest process. But you want to make sure that it dries good, otherwise it cracks and it's doesn't look as good, you know. Make some Cheez-Its with me, yeah? Yeah. I got the dough, let it chill. Making some veggies too. Little heart Cheez-Its. Should probably put the pan closer. I love making Cheez-Its. I thought about putting hot sauce in these, but maybe next time. I used to love the Tabasco, not tobacco, Tabasco, yeah, Tabasco hot sauce Cheez-Its. Welcome to Bear O'Clock, where the bears are bearing. What are you doing? What are you doing? They're counting down the minutes to dinner time. Me too. I ordered some stuff from Amazon. I have no idea where it's at. I saw that they were charging for grocery now. I was like, swear. I thought it was, you know, you spend $25, you get free delivery. Now it's you spend $100, you get free delivery. And then you pay for the subscription. I don't know if that was an error this morning. I was like, wait, what? But I ended up getting a couple food items. And it was to ship today, and I ordered it today. It's like some weird stipulations or something. So I ordered some quinoa, because Sam's hasn't had any. And I ordered some, but one of the bags was on the fresh Amazon, and then it was trying to charge me like $10, $12 for shipping. I was like, wait, what? But then the other one was like Whole Foods or something. I have no idea. When Dixie, I don't remember. But I would be able to get today and not be charged the delivery fee. And it asked me if I want to sign up for a trial. I was like, excuse me? This is like one of the perks. They're not paying additionally. Especially because I don't really use it like that. Sometimes if there's deals, or I don't want to go. I was out like all weekend, so I was like, no. I don't want to go out. They smell so good and they're not even cooked yet. Probably do 2 batches. Who wants to cheese it? I've done Cheez-Its in squares before, like I guess Cheez-Its are. But I typically use my little hard press. It's like the best because you do a little square Cheez-Its. Not only will you eat probably all of them, the heart ones are easier to make. You can put a little hole in the middle of them, you know, so they can breathe. Or not. Do what you do. I started making Cheez-Its at home a few years ago and just like fell in love with it. I was like, this is a good snack. Not only does cheese just taste good all the time, you know what's in it when you make it from home. And you can really like add anything to it. I really have to try like hot sauce or something next time. Maybe some sriracha. Good old cheddar cheese. I'm pretty light on the salt too. I put a little bit of pepper in mine. I love me some pepper. But I'm pretty light on the salt. I don't like it too salty. Yeah, I probably have to do another batch. Three more. Two more. You don't really expand in the oven, so you can really get quite a few on a tray. This part's a little busted, but it'll be fine. To get like it all on a tray. Woohoo! Alright. Put this dough away. I like doubled up the batch. Because you can never have that many Cheez-Its, right? And they stay good for quite some time. I would say when I'm putting something storage wise, it keeps them good, but they do pretty good by themselves. They last some time, but they never last that long around here. Right. Put that back in the fridge. Put the timer on. Now shall wait. Shall return. Maybe.